Hello, my lords and ladies. Welcome back once again to a first-time playthrough of Shadowbringers via the perspective of a trial player. Dare I say a hardcore trial player, as I have been in the trial for many a year now. And it's looking like I'm going to be staying here for a little bit longer, because I have all this wonderful new Shadowbringers content to do. But before we get into everything, as usual, we are going to start out with a little bit of the gamba. Set the tone, see how lucky I am. I still have not done the Make It Rain quest on Caligo yet. Should probably get that done. Probably ends this Friday, right? Hey, Doug, good to see you, man. Welcome back. Me howdy. I've seen that that YouTube short guy. I didn't realize he had so many shorts of him doing that bit. Okay, let's just see if this is an 8. It's a 2. Oh. Oh, and I don't have the music on, so I don't get my little jingle. Let's turn the music back on. But hey, 15K, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, thank you, Gold Sauce, for reminding me that I also want to enter in that open tournament. You know, just a open tournament to get the mind going. Plus same, the classic. Very lucky? Yeah, you know. What's really lucky is if you get more than 1 per set. I've gotten 2 before. Let's see if I can get another one. Okay, well. 2, baby, now! That's what I call lucky. Now we're lucky. Currently in a roleplay sesh. That's cool, man. Are you talking in-game roleplay, or are you talking like tabletop? That's what I'm talking about. We'll save the third one for afterwards. Let's see. I manifested it. No jinxing, just manifestation. Dude, your hair is like clipping through your robe there. Okay, oh man, I gotta pick Minfillias for today's stream especially. Do I go Xenos or do I go this, whatever this near character is? Let's go with that. And we'll go with this guy. What do they recommend? Everything but that. I'm gonna do it anyway. Well, most unluckiest man alive gets a little bit of luck right there. Nah, I'm not the most unluckiest man alive. Just things could be better. Things could always be better, right? Things could always be worse. Things could always be better. But you know, it feels good. It feels good to get a little luck once in a while. Okay, what am I doing? We'll just put down the 1 here. He goes for bottom. Hopefully Minfillias can take care of, excuse me, Oracle of Light. Excuse me, Oracle of Light. Just looks exactly like the voice. Why do they call her the voice? The voice of the mother. Well, I gotta goose him. What a good spot. I doubt he has a 5. might have been a bad move to start these, do I have a 5 is the question. Okay, do I have a 1? I do have a 1. And in the correct direction, and it's perfect spot. Let's go. Let's see. Let's just make sure. Yep. Oh, he's desperate now. Do you have a 1? Do you have a 1? You do not. I win. What's my favorite single-player Final Fantasy game? It would have to go to 10. I have deep respect for 7, as 7 got me into the series, and I really liked 7's setting. Unfortunately, it got too popular, and it got too expanded, and also the combat system wasn't as good as 10. 10 felt for once like you had your whole party with you and everybody had their role. Like 7, 8, you just felt like you were power leveling your main party. And so like you'd have like some people at level 80 and some at level like 30 because you wouldn't use them. They weren't your party. And I kind of felt bad towards the end. So 10 had everybody had their role and they were always with you. Just felt pretty good. Do I have a 1? Can I set this up? I have yet to play Crisis Core. I'm just gonna put this guy here. I didn't really have an answer for it. Okay. 3, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I got double. Is he trying to set me up here? 3, 1. I'm gonna just hope he didn't. He did set me up, but it was a draw. Okay. I also, I mean, when I think about 10, yeah, it just had the best combat system. Now, I really liked what I played of 9. Unfortunately, in that time of my life, when I played 9, I should probably play it again. I just couldn't get over the aesthetic. I know it's like a callback to the classic Final Fantasies, but I never played the classic Final Fantasies, so I didn't have an appreciation for it, and I couldn't get over Kuja's thong. Like, I went from Sephiroth to Kuja, and I'm just looking at Sephiroth is like, you know, peak aura, whatever you want to call it, peak Riz. The guy was cool, badass, huge katana, leather trench coat, angel imagery. Like, that guy was cool. And then, you know, Kuja, kind of cool, but he's wearing a thong, and I couldn't just... Like, I played, and I really liked the Black Waltzes. The Black Waltzes were these super cool Black Mage villains. And then... and then just the thought, I just was like, I'm like, this is the main villain? I just couldn't, I mean, that's on me. That's on me. That I couldn't get over it. But I couldn't get over it. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna... Actually, no, let's put... No, yeah. Okay. 3, 1, 5, 3 in the right direction. Let's go. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It wasn't worth it. 4, 2. God damn it. That wasn't worth it. I didn't even attack the right side. That was just stupid on my part. Just to get that X, just to get that plus flip. I wasn't thinking about it. I was too busy thinking about Final Fantasy X and 9 and Kuja's thong. Damn you, Kuja, again. Your thong has cost me yet again. But what I played of 9, I really like the way you level up abilities in that. You equip different equipment, and eventually that teaches you an ability. Kind of gave you something to aim at, and like helped you want you to level everybody, because you just wanted like to get that completionist of leveling everyone and getting their abilities. But I didn't beat 9, so. But man, I played 7 Remake, and it was such a mixed bag for me. And a mixed bag should not be the feeling I get when playing Final Fantasy VII. It's like, I feel like they finally got Cloud's character down, because Advent Children, like, that wasn't Cloud. That was like that was emo Cloud. Hey, not bad, not bad. That was a pretty good. I got 2 first place and a 5th place. Not bad. But the whole idea that it wasn't really a remake, that it was actually a sequel, and they introduced the Whispers, aka plot ghosts, that I hated the plot ghosts so much. It felt so disrespectful to me as a player and as an enjoyer of the story. It's like, if you want to change things, go ahead and change them, but don't have literal like entities that are like, no, this is how reality is supposed to go. It felt like I felt like a visualization of their fears of the fans made into the game. Like, they couldn't just go with it. They had to have this external force that says, oh, these events are supposed to go this way, and there's these things that are here to make sure that they do, except you can fight against them, but then they don't like it. It felt too Nomura. It felt too Kingdom Heartsy. And Kingdom Hearts is fine in Kingdom Hearts, but I don't want Kingdom Hearts in my Final Fantasy VII, okay? And then you find out it's actually it's not a remake, it's a sequel. It's like, and Sephiroth is like doing multiverse, timey-wimey, weird stuff. So like, there's already an alternate reality where Zack lives, and so thus, I mean, I'm not a huge hater on multiverses, but there is the argument that then none of this matters, because there's just going to be another alternate universe where Sephiroth wins eventually, right? Or is it like, no, just two universes? It's not infinite, it's just 2. But it's getting too bogged down. It's getting too bogged down in its own sauce. All right, let's go to our little pixies. Yeah, Canon Event Ghost, and I had a little hope at the end when you kill all the Whispers, or Sephiroth kills all the Whispers, because he's going to say, okay, now you don't know what's going to happen. And I'm like, fine, okay. But then it turns out in Rebirth, they're still there. But now he's got like evil versions of them. So I'm told. I didn't play Rebirth because I found out that excuse me, that the Whispers were still around, and I'm like, okay, I'm not playing it. I hated them that much. It's just a shame because I felt like they got Cloud's character and Tifa's character and pretty much the you know, the disc 1 cast pretty well done in remake, especially Cloud. But yeah, Whispers are a no buy for me. I was just so put off of it. Again, I felt like it was an insult. I felt like they were trying to. It felt cowardly. It felt like they wanted to do something different, which would have been fine. But like to the point where they saved Barrett's life. I'm like, I couldn't, it's, and everyone could see them too. So it's just like, where were they before? They weren't there before. This is all made up. This is all stupid. So I just was, kind of hurt Seven's perspective from me. It's just, it's becoming Seven's becoming its own brand, or rather than the Final Fantasy brand, it's the Final Fantasy VII brand, and it's just getting too stretched out. And there were some other changes I didn't quite agree with, like the Honeybee Inn. It was fine, I guess, but again, it felt cowardly that they didn't do the original Honeybee Inn stuff, because it wouldn't be. It's fine for the 90s, but not for now. I'm just like, come on, stop. It's too much safe edge. And again, I didn't really hate the Honeybee Inn sequence. It just felt like it just was like a little straw on the camel's back. Yeah, I guess. I just wish they actually made an actual remake and not a sequel. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to experience Final Fantasy VII again. I didn't even mind. The ATB system was actually kind of fine by me. It felt like a pretty good adaptation for a modern sensibility compared to the old system. Okay, the once and future Marchionis. I've not done this quest before, so we're going to read it. Uni has another brilliant idea for improving Ling Meg. Oh, the Marchionis! Her would be just the thing. And why are you looking at me like that? The Marchionis, you know. The big flowery tree that looks like it's probably in charge of all the other flowers. Her little subjects would be the perfect addition to Ling Mei. And you know it. The children of Amareng have so few opportunities to see flowers bloom, after all. But the dream spinners can make anything possible, and I intend to prove it with flowers, so do try to keep up. We'll need at least 3 blooms from the march. If we are to properly decorate Ling Mei, and make sure you get the positively lovely ones. I will mock you for having bad taste if you don't. No accounting for taste. Uni could use some assistance in granting the heart's desire of a young Mord. What's a Mord? So I was playing in a Mordring stream the other day. Yes, hello to you too. Okay, I've heard this before. What the puka? Now, I think I did this off stream, so I'll read it again. Fukai. Everyone loves a good fuka. Those wide, staring eyes, that vaguely menacing hopping. You never know if they're going to hug you or murder you. Adorable! And there are plenty to be found in Legia. Fantastic idea for what to spin next. I'm sure you'll agree. In fact, I was so sure that I've already set up the traps. I went through quite the hunting and trapping phase a while back, so I'm something of an expert on the subject. My strategically placed pits are guaranteed to have caught us something, so all you need to do is head over and retrieve our prizes. Now, Fukai do tend to be a bit bitey when cornered, but not to worry, I prepared these enormous sacks. Just shove them in before they can figure out what happened to them. And there should be no problem. Brilliant, I know. The thing is, also when we're talking about remakes about the Final Fantasy games, like I would like a remake of 6 because now it's always the big debate topic for a lot of people. Well, now it's kind of like 10 has entered the mix. A lot of people like 10. But it always was like 6 versus 7 before 10 came along. And I never played 6, but I've heard good things, especially now that Kefka's out. Kind of has me interested. I'm a little curious if Kefka really was this goofy in 6. Was he really such a jokester, or was he more like it was he? What kind of Joker was he? Is he a Dark Knight Joker, or is he kind of cartoon Joker? Because boy, this Kefka, from what I've seen, is sure likes goofing around. But I feel like he was just more of a murder clown. He was maybe more menacing, but I don't know. So I'm kind of curious. Any Final Fantasy VI fans out there, if you want to comment if they got Kefka's character right, or is it kind of like an evolution? Oh, 6 is your favorite? How do you think they're doing with Kefka in terms of personality? Oh man, I don't want to be Red Mage. I really need to level up my Samurai. Okay, well we're just going to do some testing out here. I'm not even playing very well here. Sorry, folks. I'm gonna abandon these. I saw these 3D renditions of Final Fantasy VI, and it just kind of got me interested. I know that's a bit contentious argument because they were made with AI, but when the creator of the game, I think the creator of the game said, wow, that looks kind of cool. It's like, you gotta kind of admit that there's some positive to it. I know people don't like it. No. But it's like fighting the storm. So, Kefka is more Dark Knight Joker, whose goofiness level matches his nihilism. I wonder if they catch that correctly. See, my understanding was it's just, yeah, I guess nihilism. That sounds kind of interesting. Anyway, Samurai. I won't read these again. We're just gonna... Alright. I really wish they made that the upside down pyramid was the flying one and this would be the water. Whose idea was to make this one the flying one? Yeah, let's make the one where the point going right underneath your butt for flying rather than underwater where you feel like gravity wouldn't be as dangerous. Plus, I just think the upside down pyramid looks cooler, and so we're more likely to fly than we are to go underwater. Stormblood mounts. Unusually high amount of them have underwater animations. Feels like sacrilege. You know, it just kind of depends on what you're doing. Sometimes you you're queuing for something, but you're like, oh, I'll do some quests while I do it, and then you get caught right in the middle of a cutscene when you queue up. So then you know, you gotta abandon it, and then you gotta take the queue. And then abandon the quest and then do it again and rewatch the cutscene. Can't miss those cutscenes. Look at this guy. Now, where's the sack? Here it is. Voluminous sack. A bag has been magically woven and expanded via pixie magic. These pixie quests are so easy. At least that's how they, you know. Oh, wait. I need to get to another puka. Hey, Fur. Nice to see you, man. That's what I thought. An upside down puka. Alright. Let's teleport back. And, there's no hiding from the MSQ this stream. I think I got everything up to a decent level. You have them? Well, very well then. Prepare to be judged. They had better be delightful. Marchionis's Marcher. Again, tell the localization team they messed up this grammar point again. You don't put an apostrophe S on something that ends with S. You just put an apostrophe. One of the many floral flowers found blooming near the Marchionis. Oh, they're perfect. I knew you would have impeccable tastes, darling mortal. The Marchioness was once a darling mortal herself. Of course she was. Of course she was. And let me guess, you guys decided to turn her into a tree because you felt like it. Oh yes, she led her troops to protect the land that she loved so very much. When the Eaters came, she fought to the bitter end, though her face was a mask of blood and tears. And when she could fight no more, we pixies turned her into a tree, so that she could live on. I guess that's not as bad as what you normally do. But I don't even believe all of you. You could be lying. Form a grand and beautiful as a spirit. I am sure she appreciated it. Otherwise, why would she bloom so brightly? Never you mind all that, though. We have the flowers to plant and dreams to spin. By the undulating of the sack, I take it you've snagged what you need. The ring tendril up and over. We've already read this. I have leaves and I must scream. I must scream, but I am only leaves. Oh my god. I hope the leafmen are not conscious. It doesn't look like you could turn them back. Perfect. Oh, that's positively disgusting. If you yes, we know this quest already. Do I have a super hot take about Final Fantasy XIV? Probably. If I could think one off the top of my head. I got probably nuclear takes on the community. I don't know, this, I've seen a lot of Final Fantasy people. Now, granted, this is online, and online isn't real, right? Online is a proto-world. But there seem to be a lot of people that want this game to be horrible as a form of gatekeeping so that they can keep it niche. Keep the game niche. One, Final Fantasy XIV isn't niche. It's a huge international big MMO. It's always in contention with WoW and FF14. So your hopes of trying to keep it niche isn't going to work. But there seem to be a lot of people that kind of want this game to suffer so that it keeps people with standards, higher standards out, which is like really dumb. Now that I'm probably just getting fed that through my feed unintentionally, and I try to not pay it too much mind. I don't want to engage too much with it, but that is such a dumb idea. That's kind of my hot take on 14, because some people just, they seem to delight in the idea of people not playing the game instead of like, well, why would you want people not to play this? Because you don't like them personally? You don't have to party with them. You want the game to be successful, don't you? Yeah, I mean, Endwalker was crazy. Yeah, when they ran out of online codes. Oh, sorry, I didn't read that. Oh, well. Oh, like, that's a Namazu reference right there. And that's why you're my favorite mortal. What an amusing suggestion. Do you think they'd actually fight or sort of just blink at each other? Have you done the Namazu questline? You know what they're talking about. Either way, it's perfect. It's time for me to go to spinning then. Don't worry, I will absolutely positively let you know how it goes next time we speak. And she never mentions it again. But like, there were too many people. Now, I'm not knowledgeable about why Xenos got banned. He got 2 weeks suspended, basically, his account. But there were way too many people delighting in it. Now, maybe it was deserved or maybe it wasn't, but, like, you think that Xenos had, like, walked up to them personally and spat in their face. Now, I watch some of Xenos' content because I think he has very well-measured ideas a lot of the time. No, I don't watch his streams. I don't pretty much watch anyone's streams, but I watch his YouTube videos on occasion, and I don't agree with everything he says, but he does seem to have some well-measured, practical takes on the game. But boy, howdy, you would think that Xenos, like, stuck his thumb in their birthday cake. They hate him so much, and it's never really understood why. But it just, like, they just don't seem to like him at all, and I'm gonna be honest, his ban felt a little suspect because it happened 2 weeks before World First, and we know Xenos is a World First, you know, an ultimate World First raider. He's that kind of. He might not be the best, but he does it, and that's, like, you know, one of his bread and butters. And to suspend him now, maybe it's just happened to be coincidence, but considering how some people are acting, it's not too outlandish to say that maybe somebody working on an American side of Square Enix also doesn't like Xenos for some reason. And they decided, hey, let's make him suffer. Let's ban him right before Ultimate comes out. I mean, that seemed a little vindictive. Now, maybe, I'm not saying that there was any foul play, but from an outside perspective, it just seemed a little, I don't know, it just seemed a little suspect. Yeah, that's right for it. Like, and that's why I'm part of the reason. Now, I didn't do too much research into it because you know, it's like if I get wrapped up in that stuff, it's just, I just don't want to do it. Stormblood is an excellent expansion, at least from someone familiar with the experience and stuff that happens with Alamegans and Domans. Very surprised some things are eerily historically similar. I mean, Stormblood was a decent expansion. I do understand why people don't like Lise very much. She started to grate on me a bit. Alice had almost got on my nerves, but she's young and a teenager, so I kind of forgive her for her kind of like, I want to do what's right mentality. But Lise, who like traveled with the Scions and dealt with primals, when she's like talking to the possessed of Lakshmi, and she's like, you know, like, come on guys, don't be enthralled people. It's like, you worked with the Scions who directly were set up to kind of directly counter the primal menace. You know what happens to people that are enthralled. There's no breaking it. They are servants to their primal now. Stop trying to reason with them. Hey, you know, let's invite them into our discussion. Let's with all our leaders from everywhere in Alamigo, let's invite these enthralled, what are the snake ladies? I forgot what they're called. What could possibly go wrong? And it nearly killed all the leaders. And it's like, this is your fault, Lise. You let them in. So I understand why people don't like her. She was a dummy, which kind of made me glad that it turned out Ida wasn't a Scion to begin with, because Ida was always kind of a dummy. And I go, how is she an Archon of Charlia? Why is she so dumb? But it turns out that her sister was the Archon and she just kind of took over her identity. I didn't mind that. I would consider that a retcon, kind of. I don't mind that retcon, though. All right, let's do some MSQ. I have some more hot takes on 14, but we can talk about them a little bit later if we need to. Though it sounds though Alice's logic was, I fear that other perils awaiteth upon this road less traveled. Our only path forward lies ahead, I'm sure of it, so onward, I suppose. I don't hate Lise. I can't hate any blonde girl that shows her midriff like that. That's why I like she became new Minfilia. But I understand why people are annoyed with her. Thancred is gazing with interest at the nearby village. I take it you're seeing what I am seeing. Finding a village when we're hardly 10 paces into the hill is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes. But you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see if the folks who live here can tell us what to expect on the road ahead. Oh, I just tried to fly. Whoops. At least I get to enjoy my orb. You guys realize you got a lizard in your town here, right? Oh, that's what Mords are. Mords are the kobolds, that's right. Oh, damn it. I didn't... Whatever. I'll switch back to Red Mage. I'm messing up my order of what jobs I want to play here. You sell? No. No. You are no merchant. But then, why do I know your face? Oh, I remember. You spent Vodbert gold. Oh, yeah. You were in Mortsuk, were you? Such a coin purse cracking. You're already a legend amongst Morn traders. You're a traveling merchant then. Can you tell us anything about this village? Of course. Anything for valued customers. This place is Garrick. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now, none. So Master Gen borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you must be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to Nabath Areng ourselves. If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. The flood rent the stone and crushed the mines surrounding Nabath Areng. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. But surely there must be some way. Do you think there are any other Mord? Do you think the other Mord might have some sort of hidden route? Perhaps. You ask, they tell. Tell for free even. To friend of our best customer. Wonderful. Thank you for your help. Well then, best customer, let's see what information your reputation buys us. I think with MSQ you can switch jobs between. You don't need to stay on one, so I'm going to go back to change. Oh, here's another take I have. I actually was thinking about it recently. I think that evolved jobs is going to be a very tumultuous time in Final Fantasy XIV. One, the balance is going to be a little hard. And two, basically we're getting player choice in what and how we play jobs. We'll either can do Reborn or Evolved. And what that's going to cause is, especially when Aether leads into the rest of the data centers, when we get regional data center party finder and duty finder, is we're going to see a lot of Evolve only or Reborn only, depending on which one is considered best for the meta, which is going to cause people like Wums, if I like to play Reborn Bard more than Evolve Bard, will I no longer be able to raid with that? Will people kick me out? I think eventually it'll settle down, and I think eventually Reborn is just going to get taken away if Evolved is successful, because the new jobs won't have a choice. You only get to pick one of them. So just be prepared for some rough seas ahead when Evolve and Reborn come out. There's going to be, people say there's going to be Evolve racism or something. It's going to be a little tough, and maybe in the long run it'll be good, but I'm a little worried about the effect it's going to have on what players can play. Because if a game gives you the option, then you should be allowed to do it. Now, granted, this is coming from a game where you never have to equip a jobstone on the original classes that were given, and I think they should take that away. I think jobstones you should not be allowed to do duty finder past level 30 if you don't equip a jobstone. That's something they should have changed a long time ago. I do not like doing a roulette and having to go very slow because a conjurer is in the party rather than a white mage. Yeah, but the job meta is the best I've had in any MMO is Final Fantasy XIV's job meta, because it doesn't have skill trees, and you just play your job the way that the job. Basically, the only thing that's divides you from other players of that job is your own personal skill, which is what I really like in an MMO. Don't get me wrong, I really like skill trees and stuff in single player games when I get to dictate how I play the game rather than I'm playing as in a group setting. That's kind of why I'm glad that Beastmaster is probably going to be solo content, because if I want to have my little dinky bat be my familiar, I don't want to hear anybody tell me I can't have my dinky little bat. So that's why I'm kind of glad it's single player. If you give players choice, I mean, it's like Blue Mage, Blue Mage is it's like, oh, you could choose all these different spells. Can you though? Not really. You have these spells. You pick these ones. These are the ones you use. Oh, you want to use Saintly Light? Too bad. Okay. But, I think it'll chill out once after a little bit. But still, just having two choices, but they're both like set skill sets is still a better option than what other MMOs tend to offer. You wish to go to Nabatha-Ring? There was a way once, a gondola down from the cliffs, but it was built for those who had left something behind that they wished to retrieve. Now there is nothing left, and no one uses it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt that its rusted wires would bear your weight. Writing down a memo. Scribble, scribble, scribble. I think if they get rid of Reborn mode, it'll align with future expansions, but I think it will only occur if we get a low percentage of users of Reborn, like 1%. I think this is going to be just a grand experiment, and they're going to see how it turns out. If Evolved turns out to be not so good, they might add Reborn to the new jobs. Players, when they see me having Ananta and Succubi as new companions of Beastmaster, I don't think you're going to get Succubi as companions. Hey, I wanted Siren as a companion. Give me Siren. They're not going to do it. I don't think they're going to allow any sentient creatures to be able to be tamed, because the idea, you know, it's like, hey, can I have, you know, isekai slavery? You know, benevolent slavery. She was evil, and now I tamed her and tell her what to do, but she was bad, and now she's good. You could see the ethics department in Square Enix sweating about that already. Like, what? What? No. Yeah, they're playing it fast and loose, which is actually kind of refreshing. You know, I like them taking some risks, and this is going to be a risk. I just hope people are ready for that risk. Because everybody's been saying it's been too safe. And then we're going to get some risk, and I already see the outpour of people going, oh, Evolved is terrible. Oh, I don't like it, without even really giving it a chance. So we're just going to have to see. I mean, people really seem to like the new Ultimate, and that still has the 2-minute meta, so we'll just have to see. Oh, Da, are you saying there's no law against the Pokemon? Don't tell me there's no law against the Pokemon. You can't do it, Da. Don't do it. Perhaps we ought to inquire upon the matter of Yulmorian forces in the region as well. You are welcome to use our well. If you are planning to cross the desert, you should take as much as you can carry. I really feel like the beast tribes are much more well-spoken on the first than they are on the source. Like, especially the Quitari compared to the Kikirin. Like, they're like little philosophers. They seem to be the most well-spoken race I've come across. Meanwhile, the Kikirin could barely speak. Can I interest you in some rock wigglers, plump and juicy and wriggly? No? Is there something else I can help you with? What do you do here? I am what we call a middle mord between Twine and the crystalline mean. The crystarium is too far away for most of the miners, so I buy their gemstones and ores and sell them for a higher price. I only sell by the crate, so if you're looking for individual items, try the other merchants. They have many goods for travelers like you. Garrick was once a mining town until all of the miners moved out, that is. They were kind enough to leave their houses for us more to use. And like we always say, waste not, want not. As you can see, there's not much here, but a lot of people travel to and from the Crystarium. But a lot of people traveling to and from the Crystarium pass through, mainly to rest or to use our well. It is the closest thing this place has to an oasis. Cool. As long as they don't fuck up Beast Trachum or Monk, they're free to gut every job. You say that, You say that. If we're lucky enough to encounter anyone who knows a route to Nabath Arang here, perhaps they can at least point us in the direction of others who might. Can I go in any of these places? Please tell me I can go in. Okay, that's boarded up. This looks big enough to enter. I can enter! You have no idea how much I enjoyed doing that after playing through Stormblood. Stormblood was torture for me. I couldn't go in any doors. That was one of my biggest gripes about Stormblood. There's only so many unopenable doors a man can stand. Oh, that's a surprise. Not many bound for Nabath-Areng these days. I do know of a trolley that once went there. I used it to travel between all the settlements and mines of the Hill of Amber. Yeah, exactly, for let me in! Let me in! It's locked behind a gate, however. I assume that will have kept it from being stolen or damaged, but it also preserves it from being much of use. You tag down the information of the trolley and wrinkled parchment, stuffing in your bag, unceremonious. Why are they giving me this like flavor about how I'm writing down this information? I'm not complaining, it's just a little odd to me. I'm waiting to see the updated summoner, but please no dots. Honestly, the biggest thing that killed my first Realm Reborn playthrough was realizing 30 Summoner was an Affliction Warlock. I like the Affliction Warlock, though. I miss the dots. I love dots. As long as they let us... If they release new skins for abilities and still don't give us any eggy glamours, I'm going to flip. I'm going to flip my unflippable desk. Give us the Grey Arbiters. Give us the Sephiroth Eggy. At least give us those two, for the love of God. Give us the freaking Moonstone Carbuncle. Alphino doesn't even use it anymore. Give it to us. For Nabath-Areng, airship is best. Nothing is faster than an airship. The Yomorians have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. Though it seems somewhat superfluous to do so, you dutifully make notes of Gongon's word. Lizards are raised mainly for their meat, but their eggs are quite good too. It's been a ball drop for I was looking at old patch notes a while back when they released Eggy Glamour, like really way back. I think it was in Realm Reborn, and they said more Eggy Glamours will come, and they never came. It just reminds me of like trial players in PvP. Oh yes, it's temporary measure. We're really sorry for this temporary inconvenience. It's like 4 years ago. 4 years, this temporary lockout. Just release a statement saying we're not letting you back in. That would be so much better than just pretending you never released that statement. It's still up. That statement is still up. At least last time I checked. It's like, you guys said there would be more Eggy Glamours like a decade ago. Where are they? And you obviously have them. Great Arbiter is an Eggy. We all know it. The Sephiroth ads in the Sephiroth fight are Eggies. You know this. You have it in the Summoner quest line. They say Sephiroth Eggy. Give it to us. Christ. And it's in the game. It's already in the game. You don't even have to design anything. Just fiddle around some numbers and make it happen. From what it's worth, you're welcome to make yourself at home here. We have a well and not a lot else, I'm afraid. Traditional Mord food is not for everyone, it seems. Visitors is always too much meat, not enough vegetables. Well, that's too much meat, not enough vegetables. Who the hell says that? That sounds like a communist to me. Yeah. Hopefully they align job action glamours this expansion. We'll have to see. What I really want, I want to see, this is going to be one of my predictions for FanFest. they're going to show a new limit break. It's going to be a paladin limit break, and it's going to be cool. It's not going to be that stupid wall, generic wall that was from A Realm Reborn, given to every tank class as a generic shield limit break. And poor paladin got stuck with it, while everybody else got a cooler limit break. So I think paladin's time due for a new action skin for their limit break. That's my prediction. Right? You heard it here first, folks. Anyway. Caligo, I'm afraid I've learned little of use about how to reach Nabath Arang. The Yomorian presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, though their army is definitely in Arang, there have been no sightings of the Yomorians at the Hills of Amber. Perhaps we can take that as a sign that at least plan has borne fruit. Did you have any better luck finding us a route forward? A bit of paper with gondola from cliffs. Potential death trap scrawled on it. Bit of paper with Hills of Amber trolley behind gate? Question mark? Scrawled upon it. A bit of paper with airships. Yulmorian presence confirmed. Scrawled upon it. All will be forgiven if they get plunged back to dark. I heard people would like, don't even care if plunge does damage. They just want the animation of the flip rather than the little dark dash we do now. I just want that animation. It's turning dark and back to light. So these are your options. Well, what do you think? We could try the gondola. Might die, but eh. Can we get an airship from anywhere? Not from Bothria, obviously. Gate aside, the trolley seems most feasible. Let's try the airship option, to be honest. Perhaps we could use Amaro, but even from a distance, I can't imagine the Yomorian army wouldn't spot us if we traveled by air. So there is a right answer, okay. Well, I'm not going to say might die, but hey, I'll do that on my second playthrough. It does seem to be the least risky of options. Can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Zun Zun can offer some insight. Though Zun Zun didn't mention the trolley before, he's like as not at least heard of the thing. If we remind him, he may recall something else. Okay, where is Zun Zun? Here we are. Okay, body. I think now. Yeah. Let's switch to Samurai. Zun Zun is eyeing you with curiosity. Oh, valued customers. Were the other more of help? Of a fashion, they told us that the trolley that runs to Nabath Arang at least. But am I correct in thinking that there's a reason you did not do so yourself when we first asked? Yes. The gate, you see, it is impassable. Before, there was a hulking thing of stone, the Talos. It opened the gate, they say. But none operates such a thing now. I do not even know if it yet exists. I do not know, but you should travel east to Mount Biran Mines. That is where the trolley control stands. I still see miners there from time to time. If anyone knows what happened to the Talos, it would be them. Thank you. You've been a great help. We're off to Mount Bahrain then. Let us hope that someone will be there to answer our questions. Okay. Closer and closer we get to that aetherite. And speaking of aether, now I feel chill. It's funny, this song caused me to turn off battle music because I just want to listen to it when I go through a zone without being interrupted by the guitars of the Shadowbringers battle music. Mayhap the pall of lights is the road, it's the root of this land's desolation, or mayhap the fault lies with man in his insatiable greed. Ulianji, I'm going to go ahead and say it was the flood of light that caused the desolation. And not man, it's pretty hard to ignore the everlasting light in that huge giant wall in the south with all the buildings surrounding it. Just a hunch, just my personal thing. What a sight. Oh, pardon me, it's only a bit daunting, isn't it? I don't know, doesn't seem so bad. The scale of the track is impressive. I'll give them that. Now we only need follow it until we come to the mines. See that chocobo over there. Hey, owl goats. I always found it funny that owl goats only exist in one part of the land. Eastern Thailand is the only place I could see owl goats before. But here they are here. These ones have tiny little horns. Are those weights? They look like barbells. I just came from the gym. Come on. You're letting this slip through your fingers, Caligo. This coyote does not appreciate my form, I suppose. I'd like to see you lift better. Ooh, a gnome. This is not how I imagine a gnome would look, but okay. Ooh, I get a second charge? Okay, I wasted that a bit. Done a little bit since I played Samurai in a battle sense. And that burst is going to be crazy. Okay, where's Minfillia? Where's Udianji? Sons of nuts. Okay, what did Minfillia have to say? Where did Minfillia go? There she is. Jeez. Can this lever... Wait, this lever can't have been designed for a person to operate. Look at these poor Talos. Were they servants of Ronka, like the Alligans? They look kind of like Ronkan design. Kind of Aztec-y. Where is Urianje before I talk to... Before I talk to Tancred, I want to find Urianje. Don't bother me, I'm trying to... Don't bother me right now. The shafts carved into the sides of Mount Brian were the center of a large-scale mining operation which employed the relentless strength of the army of Talos. As is the case with Garrick, Kek, and many other places in the region, Brian was a name taken from a ronso of historical note. Ah. Cool. Okay, where does Urianje? Can't just show me Minfilia. Can I go into the saloon? Please? Yes, I can. And there's the lights on too. What are the miners doing? Still operating in here if all these bad guys are around. I'm gonna go up here to see if I can see Urianje. If I can't, we'll just move on. Alright, buddy. You wanted this. I guess Urianje is just hiding out somewhere. Fine, Urianje, keep your secrets. Jeez, you guys are annoying. Bit of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanisms for dispatching the trolleys are here, just as Suzun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. We might wait for Zunzun's mysterious miners to appear, or have a look around, and see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mine proper caught Urianje's eye. Oh, he was at... Meet us there if you find anything. As much as we could count on someone conveniently appearing to explain all of this to us, I'm sure you're aware that we don't have the time to waste. What are you gonna still say about this? Urianje, you bastard. You were here the whole time. But what means did they harness the necessary aether? Oh, how do you think golems are done, dude? They make cores. Iron rail. Flecks of rust adorn the rails, but they nevertheless appear sturdy enough to bear the trolley without issue. Saloon. Conspicuous cup. Still warm. A cup is slightly warm, I knew it. And a fair amount of tea, steeped over long, if the color is any indication, remains within. Ah, I can be back here. Can I sit in this chair? I can. Very nice, very nice. I thought it would be up here. Oh, there it is. I see you, trolley car. The benches within suggest that this must have been a passenger car. Oddly enough, though it is clearly old, it appears to be well maintained. Ah, Caligo, what hast thou discerned? I see. Indeed, thine observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive. Ample evidence of recent maintenance, and lukewarm tea besides. The lever for switching tracks looked like they were in good condition, though I couldn't move them myself. No ordinary person could, I think. It is my belief that no person is meant to. This Talos beareth more than a passing resemblance to golems of the source. See, I told you golems. I told you. Nor doth it appear to be the sole example of its kind. The proliferation of Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggest a considerable number were once in operation. Alas, the specimen and its fellow now lie lifeless and broken, and I know not how to repair them that they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of the Talos, even if thou were somehow able to unbar the trolley's path, we would have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything else in working order? Whoever is maintaining the cars and rails must know something that we don't. Let's ask them. What is it? Let's ask them what it is, shall we? Why is everybody taken aback? Caligo, I do believe you'll find a person of somewhat interest skulking in the shadows behind the warehouse on the northwestern side of the tracks. That's oddly specific there, Thancred. While you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will gently encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourselves as necessary, of course, but try to keep everyone in one piece. Off we go, then. Let's just start running with our weapons drawn from people who are hiding from us. Surely that would, not make them wary of us, and... Well, I mean... It's one way of, getting information, I suppose. Now, I'll just approach you on my floating orb of destruction. See this orb? It swallowed up entire civilizations at one point. You want to talk? Wicked White, where did you come from? No, never mind that. You have no business here, of that I'm sure. Oh, you want to fight, eh? I really gotta change that keybind. Having Control V is just a little too far out. What are you? He disappeared. I guess you do want to fight, eh? Well, muscle man, we won't let you. That's smarts. They elected to take up arms against us, though the outcome was plain from the first. I feel a bit bad for them. Good to hear. These two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Us? We're not the brigands come to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal? I mean, look how fashionably dressed we are. That's true. What, some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. A likely story. You look, well... You don't look normal, that's for certain. He's right, though. You don't have any wares, so you're clearly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you would come all this way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. Oh, Staff, I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love? The hell is this guy talking about? Joined by her two most loyal... Oh, she's talking about Minfillias. Most loyal servants, sworn to follow her onto the world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer, as ancient as time himself. Yeah, Jay's throwing shade, man. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they turned up here somehow. I can only assume that you're being intentionally obtuse, but in the unlikely event that that's serious conjecture, no. I suppose I am a bodyguard of sort, but we have a rather large we have rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. Though I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his heroic deeds. Gods grant me the strength. It's like, but I want to heareth more of this wondrous tale. If I may, we're actually searching for a means by which to travel to Nabath Areng. We were hoping that the trolley might offer a solution. I realize we haven't gotten off to the best of starts. But if you know anything about how we might get it working again. The trolley? The trolley. We should have led with that. We're always keen to discuss the trolley. Oh god, we got some Densho otaku here. We're both engineers in training. In fact, Jerk? I'm just gonna call you Jerk. Jerk and Taffy, at your service. Technically, I'm a miner, and he does repair work, but our true passion is in the trolley. We're working with a few other folks to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true that there's little need of transport these days, but that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. The mere sight of it traveling the track once again would make our hearts soar. Mark my words, they are Densho otaku, excuse me. You'll hear no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Well, that's to say, we just cleaned it up a bit. Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. Well, is there anything we could do to assist you? We could gather materials, or help put pieces together. It's slightly more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley operation. I suppose you could speak with him if you like. He'll introduce you. What happened to the guy that I sliced up? He doesn't seem to be here. Very well, our options are limited. And if this Magnus can explain whatever is preventing the trolley from being restored, I'd like to hear it. Right. It looks like you'll be following us back to Twine. Sweet. No new abilities, though. A quest for a lost love. Perhaps that could have been me had things been different. Oh, Minfillias. A break in my heart. Dost thou seek the sorcerer's wisdom, young one? You guys are enjoying this too much. Come to think of it, Urianger was on to fairy tales. Well, no wonder he went to the pixies then. To be honest, I'm impressed that you thought of the trolley to begin with. So few seem to these days. Too used to living without it, I suppose. Rust and ruin. That is ready to guide you to Twine, where you might meet the mysterious Magnus. If you're ready, we can leave right now. Though, you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? Thought he would have come out by now. I killed him. You think he'll be alright? That's well, I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look, just in case. You go ahead, Thaf. Alright. Looks like it'll just be you lot and me, then. Try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out of the rail yard. So, Magnus. Well, let's see what Jerk has to say. We'll catch up with you in Twine. Magnus, that reminds me of Eric Magnus, also known as Magneto. And I just was thinking about how Stan Lee is such a 60s, 70s comic book guy, you know. Magneto! Excelsior! It's like, well, what's his real name? Eric Magnus. It's like, that sounds way cooler than Magneto. You just put magnet with an O at the end of it. Oh, Magneto! I think it's great. Menacing. Neato. Neato isn't menacing. Can you imagine if he was just called Magnus? It's like, oh, but that's a real name. That's not cool enough. Stanley. God bless him. Damn, that smuts. Did he have to thump me so hard? I'll be feeling that for the next fortnight at least. Not to be done about it. Not to be done about it now. I've pointed your over-eager companions in the right direction, and they've gone ahead. So we need to get moving. Normally we walk along the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has as much shorter stride, that's more perilous a route than I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried on that account. Well, I can freaking ride the tracks. Oh, maybe I can't. All right, buddy. Oh, wow. Jeez, I've been holding on to this stuff. Let's... Oh, fancy. How does it die? Dies better light than it does dark, that's for sure. Yeah, definitely dies better light. Probably, yeah, probably best under Snow White. All right, and I got the first one with Red Mage, so we'll use this. Yeah, don't like that. Don't like that at all. All right. Wait a moment, I think I heard something. Oh, that's something, alright. Run! Yeah, I'm not gonna run. Kidding me? I was hoping there was gonna be like some giant monster coming out, but it's just a coyote, dude. The Central Hills of Amber. See, this is what happens when you run off without me. Alright, Taffel, I'll help you. Sorry about that. I'll admit, I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly to Twine, though, so we should make it without further incident. can't resist. Twine. In days past, Nabathareng contracted a Talos engineer to establish its mining railway, and these cabins were built to provide lodging for the laborers who would lay the trolley tracks. The settlement was later maintained as a village, a miner's village, but its dwindling population has mirrored the steady decline of the mining industry. And let's get our aetherites. Ah, that feels crisp. Town is small, but everything is in... Wait, but everything in it seems so purposeful. It's amazing. Odd to find a place like this still occupied. It must have come dangerously close to being consumed by the flood. A testament to man's resilience, that civilization may yet be found at the very edge of the world. It must freak people out when that light change happens. I guess that's how we know. Oh, Morden's here. This is it. Welcome to Twine. The original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with building the track. That's what the sightseeing log told me. Over time, miners came to see their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to see what you see before you today. But it was still the trolley that brought them here. As you've doubtlessly noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town, back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of a hard day in the mines. Now there is no trolley, nor much work to be had in the mines, for that matter. The only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go, or so they say. That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Well, that's encouraging, but I don't see that we have much choice. Let's go and meet the man. Another building we can enter. I'd love to stop for a chat, but I'm afraid I need to get this shipment ready before the merchant from Mordsuk arrives. Now, where did I leave that iron ore? After bringing a decent haul from the mine, I can afford not to work for a while. But I'll be back in there once me gill dries up, or you get bored on sitting on me ass. Whatever comes first. For some of the miners, the thought of a stiff drink at the end of a shift is the only thing that keeps them going. And that was me. That was me when I was teaching kids. Just a drink at the end of this will be all worth it. This is Magnus. He's our boss of a fashion. A Hrothgar, or Ronso, I should say. Geez, that's a lot of bottles. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the three of you in my life. Or the four of you, wicked white. If you're gonna bother me, at least have the damn courtesy to stand still. Methinks this one is deep in his cups. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach Nabathareng, so they came to ask about the trolley you see. What? There's nothing in Nabathareng. Not anymore. Especially not for frail little girls. Give it up. No, we must reach Navatha-Ring. I must. Ah. So you have your heart set on it. The world doesn't care. The place is a ruin, nothing more. And you're not getting in there. You're not getting there in the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us to Navatha-Ring. If you insist that the trolley is not an option, at least tell us why. No. I'm sick of people asking me about the blasted thing. Leave me be. We'll speak outside. Geez, Tav. You're really helpful introducing us to this guy. I'd be lying if I said I didn't expect that, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry. Piss off. Stubborn arse. I sense there is more to this belligerent drunk and his tale. He only said that because he thinks I'm weak. And he's right. But I won't be forever. There has to be a way. I must find it. You're not so weak, Minfillias. You've been through dungeons with me. You've been through 2 dungeons with me. You've done alright. Okay. I did level up Samurai. Let's get Paladin. Princess needs her knight, after all. Minfillias remains adrift in the turbulent sea of thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we should ask other residents? They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything. Thancred. Art thou truly content to stand witness to fate's course and take no part? This isn't a matter of fate, Urianger. It's about choice. And I've had years to decide where I stand. Minfillias has spent too long in chains already. I would not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It is for her to choose what shape her destiny will take. It is for me to stay silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That, at least, I can do for her. So be it. Come, let us make our own inquiries. Poor Pina. I whip Pina out. She does like 2 fights and then she disappears. Gemstone trader. We arrive. Very well. You can do this, Eldon. Give me your bi-colored gemstones. Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant I have stuff, things that I could trade you. Does that sound good? Give me the riding map. Okay, let's find Thancred, and if I can, it might be. And there's the keep. Ah, you jerks. You tease me with some open doors, but you keep others shut. Every order that comes through Twine has to be checked thoroughly. If we are to stay on good terms with our neighboring settlements, we can't afford to make any mistakes. I think Minfillia and everyone else has completely disappeared. Hey, look, a unrepaired Talos. The Talos sits lifeless, waiting to be repaired. Yeah, I think everyone else has disappeared. Sorry, this graveyard. Is this a church? I'll never know because I can't go in. You teased me so. All right. Jerk. Hey, jerk. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know that I got our friend back home with no trouble. And he's just fine. Bit shaken up is all. And you, what did Magnus have to say? Told me to piss off. Ah. I did have a faint hope that your need might prompt him into action where our interest had not. But I suppose that was foolish of me. I'm sorry that we couldn't be of help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here, if you like. You could give it a stroke or two. It has some very smooth wood. You mean to say you're not giving up, even knowing that Magnus is Magnus? I don't see much point in your being stubborn about it, though. Perhaps stubbornness is exactly what the situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. I can't imagine that anything you try will work, but if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. We're going to inspect the rails. I'll have a look along the track for anything that's in need of repair. You bring the tools, and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. Okay. I've not been checking my compass as much as I should. I think I missed one. There it is. This spot looks like it could use some work. Can you ready the tools for me? Splash. You open the box, revealing the proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Brilliant. Now, if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be of great help. In this case, well, this bolt is loose, for one matter. We can't have that. I'll need to tighten it. A ragged cloth, of course. Nah, okay, we'll give the right answers. We'll save the goofy ones for the second playthrough. Thank you. This will do nicely. Now, give me one moment and... There. I don't see any of the problems here, so let's continue along the track. You know, this place, you really think there'd be a lot more like Sin Eater presence. It's so close to the wall of the flood. Alright, let's drink this baby up. That's good stuff. Okay, is there another one I'm missing? Yes, but it's quite far. I'm a bit concerned about this lantern post. Would you ready the tools for me? Or jerk. You set down the toolbox. The muscles of your arms enjoy profound relief and open it once again. You're quite handy to have around, you know. As for the lamp here, these aren't often necessary these days, but if we're going to do this, we might as well do it properly. I'm like, yeah, what do you need a lamp for? Got everlasting light up here. And if by some miracle the night returns, as it did in Lakeland, well, it's a nice thought. I guess you're right. Anyhow, a bit of this post seems to have splintered. Whether its lamp is to be lit or not, we wouldn't want these little pieces of wood jabbing the next person who comes through here to do maintenance. I'll need to sand it down a bit. A bulky saw, a heavy hammer, a rough file. I wonder which is used for sanding. Yes, a wood file's perfect. Let me even this out. Give him a saw. Just cut it off. Cut the damn thing down. That should do it. I'll bring some varnish along next time to finish the job. I haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now. Unless you'd like to take a view of the tracks from here for a bit longer. It's breathtaking, I know. Mining has always been the primary vocation of folks in the Hills of Amber, you see. But after a certain point, they had dug up everything that could easily be reached and carried back by manpower alone. It was then that the Nabath Empire struck upon the idea of the Talos, which they had seen work abroad. At great expense, the Nabath brought the Mystel engineers who specialized in Talos here to the hills. And wouldn't you know it, the mining industry picked up again. Twine itself sprung up around that time, as a matter of fact. It was named after the entwining of tales, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Mistel. So it's kind of funny that the Ronso are from, or at least settled in this area. We all know that these are elven lands. But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Mistel left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago that the last of them, the folks from Daedalus Stoneworks, took off for Yulmore. And now no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. But there's no use in lamenting what can't be changed. And there's one more thing we need to do while we're out here, so we might as well get to it. Vultures occasionally make their nests on the tracks, you see. It falls to us to remove them when they do. The creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless a danger to anyone passing by. It's not my favorite task, to be honest with you. As you may have noticed, I'm not terribly suited for confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove any nests you find for me? I'll keep an eye on things from here. Sure. It's like that vulture when it dies. Wah! Sorry, vultures. But this is no place for a nest. What now? Speak to Jerk. Probably like Jarek. Jarek? Speak to Jarek, you jerk. Thank you. That should be everything taken care of. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing that can get it started again, though. As I said, the only people who knew how to repair the Talos are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out of the town. The trolley's tracks rusted, the cars fell into disrepair. Now, I was born in Twine, raised there. My first word was trolley, damn it. And those were the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years passed, Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real, proper trolley engineer. Perhaps he would have never have left in the first place, and if it hadn't been for his son. As you're well aware, Am-Arang is hardly the safest place, and Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from the dangers. It didn't help in the end. The Sin Eaters got the boy. Isn't that always the way? The child had always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus's trolley running again. So in his memory, they returned to the Twine, started fixing those rusted rails and broken cars. And it was going well for a time. Jeez, what's that? Okay, wait, vultures? Are they back for revenge? Never mind, I don't want to find out. I thought I killed them. So let me guess. Magnus's wife also got killed, so now he's got nothing left. Ain't that always the case? Nice work out there. And now you know the story of the trolley. Won't do you much good without the Talos, though. If there was ever even a single one that still functioned, things might be different. But well, here we are. Alright, I'm going to take this opportunity to take a stretch break, as I am losing all feeling in my lower region. I encourage everyone else to do the same. Take stretches. Get a snack if you need it. I keep forgetting. this way. Yeah, there we go. And yes, let's return at 8 past the hour. Let's just update. My information here. All right, I shall see you anon. Let's get a stretch and a snack in. right. Let us continue on our MSQ adventure. Do we have any blues, though? Now I see this bunch of quests littering my screen again. Can't but feel that there's a blue quest. There it is. Quick-witted scavenger. Moored. Scavengers assemble! A quick-witted scavenger is concerned for his friend's safety. Oh, my poor friends! Left to be eaten by horrid beasts. I feel terrible about running away, but what choice did I have? No point in us all being killed, now is there? Finding someone to go and retrieve their bodies, rescue them would absolve me of the blame, yes? If you could go to the ruins of Kelk to look for 2 moored scavengers, I would be very grateful. Alright. Body retrieval, sure. If anything happens to my friends, I'll never hear the end of it. Ooh, whoa. You seem unusually large. Are you a normal? You just snuck up on me. Okay, you just snuck up on me. And if you're sneaky up on me, I'm gonna kill you. Just that angle of that hand was huge. This'll mole. Seem kind of durable for a mole. All my things have been completed. The weapons. It's funny how it's actually the weapon. These things just follow the weapon around. Seasoned of Scavenger. I don't think I'm under attack. Alright. I was expecting a dead body, but here we are. I am alive? Can it be true? But it's too early to celebrate. The youngest of our group is still missing. Please, you must find him. I will wait for you outside the ruins in case you need carrying whatever is left of the poor boy. Each one is like, oh, they're dead. Oh, he's even more dead. This first window. Phew. Does that count as a near-death experience? I cannot wait to tell my friends. But first, we should make a hasty retreat, yes? That was the most excitement I've had in a long time. Thank you. I cannot thank you enough for saving us. But how did you know we were here? Running away turned out to be the best choice. Not only did he escape, he sent for help too. If he had tried to rescue us himself, we would probably be all dead by now. Better to run and scavenge another day, yes? I must remember to thank him. And that's where I'm gonna leave you. Enjoy your adventures, Mords. While I'm here... still a bit too far. If it was like in the 300 meter Malm range, I'd do it. Oh, I'm gonna do this one as a teleport back. Alright, Jarek, formerly known as Jerk. Despite his better judgment, Jarek is considering throwing you a bone. Not that it'll do you any good, but we do have a Talos we've been meaning to repair. I can show you if you like. It'd certainly be nice to hear something other than Magnus's griping for a change. Thou art come to examine the Talos? Looks like somebody's already beat us here, but please, look as much as you'd like. Just give it a little rub. Truly a most vexing state of affairs. I thought mayhap a closer examination might yield something of value. I see. The means to build Talos stone to The means to build Talos stone by stone are lost to us, 'tis true, but here before us slumbers a most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be in working condition. It will likely require naught but a few modest repairs and a suffusion of aether. Well, if you think you can get the thing up and running, far be it from me to stop you, but what exactly do you reckon is the problem? I should stress that I have performed only the most cursory of examinations, though such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me. As I did suspect from the first, it is a host to a network of veins, through which aether floweth freely. Or so it would, were it not for several fractures which now impede said flow. How the hell did you get all that from just a glance? I take it you've thought up some solutions as well then. To bridge the fissures requireth a material highly conductive to aether. Once in place, I believe it will be possible to restore the Talos to life. Might I prevail upon thee to acquire that which we require? Not far beyond the walls of Twine dwelleth a creature of living stone, the Debitage. Full sure I am that stone from such would prove most suitable to our needs. One of those things kind of scared me. Very good. I shall have Thancred and Minfillias attend me in the remaining preparations. I spied but 3 obstructions to the flow of aether in Talos, and thus I would ask you provide 3 stones of the Debitage. All else will be made ready upon thy return. There you are, Debitage. Tina's still getting experience. All right. 3 stones got. And more revenge for that. How jump scare the gate. Wish we had a mage like him around sooner. As you might imagine, we've had trouble convincing people to come here to help. Either they refuse outright or demand payment far beyond anything we could hope to afford. That's why we've made such little progress in repairing the Talos. We've pored over every scrap of paper left behind by Dallas Stoneworks, hoping we might learn how it's done, but there just isn't enough. Thancred and Minfillias will return ere long with the remaining supplies we require. Did thou succeed in procuring stones from the Debitage? Debitage fragments, a chunky rock taken from a Debitage. Fine specimens, one and all. You have my thanks. We need now but wait for Thancred and Minfillias' return. Yeah, sorry for those sound effects. It's just, I do macros to help me remind myself when to press buttons sometimes when I'm new to a job, and then I kind of never take them off. Maybe I should. From end to end, the path of which aether may flow through the Talos has been duly mended. They but require a sufficient endowment. It's not moving. Strange. The core refuseth to stir. I fear the condition of this Talos is more dire than previously surmised. As a heart driveth blood through a man's veins, so doth the core aether throughout its massive frame, failing its repair or replacement, the Talos cannot be restored. So it was the heart after all. Thou did foresee this outcome? Well, no, not exactly. We've never gotten this far in trying to repair it, so we had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another, in case things turned out the way they are now, but... Jarek? It isn't really my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. All right. You've done a lot for me, so I suppose it's the least I could do. I hope Jarek doesn't get in trouble for telling us what happened. What could be so terrible he'd want to keep it from us? Well, Magnus's wife went out to get this heart, see, and then she was turned into a sin eater. So now we gotta go find that sin eater and kill it and get the heart so we can put it in here. Thus giving Magnus some closure and repairing the Talos to help us on our journey. Did I get it right? We'll find out. Though the Talos yet wants for a beating heart, it would appear thine efforts were not for naught. Let's switch to White Mage. If it's a heart that needs healing, a healer shall do it. Jarek may come to regret his next decision. Right. The Talos. The hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sort with sufficient etherical conductivity. Both it and the other materials used in the construction of the Talos' bodies are mined in the same place. That place, of course, being here, the Hills of Amber. And it was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't. I'm sorry. But you'll have to hear it from Thef or someone else. Back to the tavern then. Yeah, where'd Magnus go, huh? Left all his beer bottles here, the lush. Still here, eh? You can ask again, but the answer's the same. Our trolleys are... What? God damn it, Jarek. You could have at least finished, so I wouldn't have to clean up your mess. Seeing how you made such quick progress in fixing that Talos and all, He was probably thinking you could help change things around here. And I think he may be right. Gather your friends, and I'll tell you what you want to know.
Magnus's wife was a miner, you know. Greatest prospector there ever was.
Surprising, surprise voice acting? Alright, let's go.
When the golem heart started failing, she was the first to head out in search of more. Problem was, most of the veins ran dry ages ago, and finding fresh ones to tap's only gotten harder. But she wasn't one to be deterred. She just kept digging deeper and deeper. And then the mine collapsed.
Wasn't a sin eater. Just good old-fashioned workplace accidents.
We labored day and night to clear away the rubble, but it took us 2 months to find her. To find her body.
Yeah, I figure 2 months underneath rubble would not lead to one coming out of it alive.
Magnus has never been the same since.
Where is he, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, yes, well, if he's not here, there's only one other place he'd be.
The bottom of a bottle? Ah, was half right. NJ, you gonna give him tough love?
What? Oh, you again. How many times must I tell you? The trolley won't run! We'd be better off dismantling the damn thing and selling the parts for scrap. Now, piss off back to wherever you came from. Don't let me catch you around here again.
I don't like your attitude, dude.
What were their names?
My son was named Skuli. My wife, Agna. Being here with them, it beats going home. Home stopped being home when I lost them. I thought to try and drown my sorrows, but somehow, the bottle's never deep enough.
No bottle is. Believe me, I know.
Wait. We missed the Thancred drinking arc? Maybe when he first came here, he was drinking a lot. Until he found Minfillias.
You've lost someone too?
Not like you. Not my own flesh and blood. I grew up an orphan, so I never really knew what family meant. Not until I met a man who offered to take me in and make me his pupil. He was a kindly soul, always looking out for me, like a father. Not that I appreciated that at the time, or anything else for that matter.
Nuishwa.
But I finally had a family. And then I robbed a young girl of hers.
Wait, Thancred was in on the plot? He was part of the Gobu plot? I thought it was just Bamin and that Ellison guy and Bronze Bowl and those two prospecting Lalafell brothers. I thought Thancred was just a bystander. Or is he blaming himself for not being able to protect Minfillias' father?
I did my best to make amends, to offer her comfort. But the more I look back on it, the more I realize just how inadequate my efforts were. I let her down. That is why I refuse to let her legacy die. In the end, all we can do is press on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. And that requires your Talos. Please, Magnus. You are our only hope of reaching Nabarth Areng.
What rubbish.
She's not gone. No matter what you say or believe, she's not. We can still bring her back.
But at what cost, Mini Minfilia? At what cost? Don't make me choose. Don't make me choose between Minfillias. It's not fair. I wish there was more we could do for you. I surely do, but after Agnes' accident, no one is allowed near those mines. Why must he always treat me like this? Thancred, where'd you go? I think Thancred disappeared. I don't think we're gonna find him. Full well do we know the pain of loss and how heavily it can weigh on one's heart. Nevertheless, there is but one way forward. We must needs procure a new heart for the Talos. Staff, knowest thou of any location wherein we might find the stone we require? No matter how scant the possibility, we would seize it. I told you near all the veins were tapped dry years ago, though I suppose if you really wanted to try, you might find something at Nuve's leavings. It was open well before Talos became commonplace, which is why the mining there was never quite as deep. When you get there, look for Youth John. Tell him I sent you, but don't be surprised if he tells you the same thing. Thine assistance is most appreciated. Heligo, I best think Thancred joined thee in this search. Though he wouldn't be quick to deny it, his heart is in turmoil and his thoughts clouded. 'Twould be unwise to ignore his distress. Booth John has worked in these mines longer than anyone I know. You do well to heed his advice, man. Why must he always treat me like this? I pray thee attend Thancred and keep him occupied with the task at hand. Okay, where did Thancred go? Somewhere around here. Now that I think back at it, we do see drunk Thancred at the Rising Stones a couple times. He was hitting on Flamen. You look like a hunter. You're cut from a different cloth than the rest. Name's Helene. You have something to ask about the clan. You say yes, you hear? There's Thancred. Off to somewhere, are you? At last. I lead on the stone we need to power the Talos. I can't very well have you go on your own. Lead the way. A convenient distraction. Thancred is tired of waiting around. I'd say we're long overdue for a good turn. I can only hope the gods feel the same way. Now, Nuvi's leavings was to the south, was it? Let's get going. I didn't take much for... That didn't take much convincing. But first, blues. Charmless man. Severn has discovered something unusual in the delivery brought from the mine. Have you seen a charm like this before? I found it amongst the stones brought from the mine. A lot of the workers wear these for good luck, and I expect whoever lost it is wondering where it went. It's the first time I've seen one made from a cat's eye. So the owner shouldn't be hard to track down. I'd go look for them myself, but I've got too much to do here. Would you be able to go to my place? The graveyard's keeper is quite knowledgeable about charms and whatnot, so it might be worth asking him. Hey, you weren't here before. What's that you have there? Cat's Eye Charm, made from the precious stone known as Cat's Eye, rather than the actual feline eyeball. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Which would be a poor choice for a variety of reasons. Ah yes, Cat's Eye Charm like this were once used to ward off misfortunes. The tradition began with the Church of the First Light, and the gems represented their patron deity. I wonder who this deity of the First Light was. Even though no one follows that old religion anymore, some of its customs remain, especially among the miners. You don't see many this exquisite though. I seem to remember the fellow with an eye patch kept a similar charm around his neck. It might even be the exact same one. I never caught his name, but he's not hard to miss. The last I saw him, he was leaving to mine Nuvi's Leving with some of the others. Good lord, there's too many side quests all bunched together on my minimap. Alright, well. Seems the MSQ and the Aether quest is taking me in the same direction. One-eyed miner. See this one eye of yours. Oh, I didn't notice you there. What do you want? Where did you get this? Gods, how could I have been so careless? This was all my sister left behind before she... Look, I'd rather not talk about it, but I appreciate you bringing this back to me. It means a lot. And off he goes. Hello, dear. Head into the mine. Wouldn't recommend it. Place crawling with gnomes right now. We're waiting for them to wander off before we get back to our digging. The way you described it, I was expecting the place to be abandoned. Perhaps our fortunes are finally improving. Though we should probably hear what John has to say before we celebrate. Assuming you can find him, that is. Is this our man? Who are you, and what are you doing here? Well, you should have listened to Theft. You're wasting your time. But this site is not as developed as the others, is it not? Surely there must be something left. I should explain. The stone you're looking for is Leonine, and the Talos in the Hills of Amber are powered using them. Or were at least. Anyway, whatever's left, if anything, is far too below to be safely excavated. In the deepest reaches of the mine, we used Talos to keep the pathways from collapsing. They're still there, but they could give out at any time, which is why much of the mine is closed off. Then our only option is to search the higher levels for any fragments of Leonine that may have been overlooked. I suppose there may be one other way. Well, don't leave us in suspense. What you're asking for is a trade secret. I'll need to be duly compensated in exchange. Fine, what do you want? The other day I found a Volbert gold piece down in the mines. A bloody Volbert gold piece. And wouldn't you know it, I dropped the damn thing somewhere while I was working. Find it, and I'll tell you what you want to know. You drive a hard bargain, sir, but we'll take it. It seems we have our work cut out for us, Caligo. Thankfully, I have an idea on how we might hurry things along. Follow the minimap. I wasn't working that deep in the mine, so don't go searching too far. As I'm sure you've noticed, despite their best efforts to illuminate the corridors, it's rather dark in here, meaning it will be much harder to find a single coin hiding in the shadows. That's why I propose we use these sun drops. They help the eye take in more light. Why don't you start your search further in? I'll handle the area here. I'll retrace your steps after in case you happen to miss it. If you feel the drops wear off, I can give you more, so don't worry. Back so soon? I thought the drops would last longer than that. Here, now keep searching. Has to be somewhere. I just wanted an extra dose. Dark shadow. You search the shadows but find nothing. Perhaps the gold piece lies elsewhere. You search the shadows but find nothing. This isn't it. Ah, you search the shadows. A glint catches your eye. You turn over a rock and find the Volbert gold piece. I like how they establish how valuable these things are very early in the game. I was hoping he dropped the gold piece somewhere closer to the entrance, or fool me for thinking Lady Luck was on our side. Volbert gold piece currently minted by the Kingdom of Orbert. Or maybe she is. Yours at least. In the end, my contribution was a little more than poor company. Well, I couldn't have done without the Sundrops. Come now, Thinkred. You're far more prepared for this task than I. No more than usual, I assure you. I only managed to survive the Corthian wilderness and the Imperial capital by virtue of extensive preparation, a habit of mine since childhood, and one of my few positive traits which endeared me to Louisoix, I imagine. It has been easy finding ways to compensate for my condition. Every tool and trinket has proven vital to my continued success, such as it is. Had I chosen to pursue the arcane arts rather than espionage, well, I'd rather not think about it. So long as I have the means to protect those dear to me, and to see my duties through, that's all that matters. Now let's hurry and see that returned to Guthjon. The sooner we get back to Urianger and Minfilia, the better. I'd rather not stay here any longer than necessary. Let's get going. My God! I'm not high enough to complete this quest. It's like, gonna do a quick leveling, see if this does it. Quick leveling dungeon. Damn, I really need to catch up. I wonder if doing Fates off stream will get some of my classes back up to 77. Little intermission, folks. Just a little intermission, little leveling. If DPS wants to join. That's what I thought. Another DPS. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to pop our squadron. Oh my god. Fucking Stone Vigil. Looks like a new paladin too. Let me move my... This is where you find out real quick. Where you find out real quick that healer. That cure 1 is no good. This person's obviously really new. Okay. Please use your mitigations. They have no idea where they're going. Do I even bother giving them advice? They're using a freaking mage shield. Okay, whatever. This person's really new. I'm not gonna... I mean, I feel like I should give them advice, but why bother? I find a lot of people that you give advice to take it very poorly. Had to be Stone Vigil, had to be a new... This person has a returning player icon, so stood in front of Swinge. Stand in front of Swinge. Thank you for that. Oh. Please give this person some tanking gear. They're using a mage shield, I think. Right, okay, great. Yeah, okay, just go this way. I know I'm complaining a lot, but it would have been nice if this was a more easier dungeon with a seasoned tank. So I just want to get my level. Don't have any more OCDs. This is green. They pull this and keep going. It's likely to be bad news bears. See how hard they're hitting? Sure, you're doing real good. It's totally not going to kill you, by the way. Taking packs with ice spirits, at least the DPS got only one left. Normally tanks don't take that much damage. Is that red mage using AoEs only? Maybe they have to. But that doesn't make sense. Oh my god, it's taking a while. All of the commendations. Imagine a healer having to heal. This is crazy. Now, question on whether okay, we killed all of them. I think maybe they put something on or not. Spamming Cure 2 and barely keeping them alive. Okay. Samurai almost died. Everybody is just, Jesus, nothing's ever simple. And this isn't even going to give me my level, is it? It feels like this red mage is only using AoE attacks. If I can pin the animation correctly. Maybe I'm not understanding, but doesn't that look like the AoE lightning rather than the actual lightning? Or just keep regen on them at all times. Tempted to try to let you burn Thunder 2. You're using 8 AoEs. Instead of... I wonder if the damage is going so freaking slow. To enjoy. Typical. That's how bad our DPS is. We're actually going into a second time of this. I've never seen this. I mean, I have to keep the tank alive, so I can't really DPS as much as I want to. This red mage is using AoE attacks for single targets. And I don't have nothing really bad to say about the samurai as far as I can go. And that wasn't even a... Yeah, I'm not giving you all anything. No player comms for you. Ah, that was only half a level. Oh my god. Maybe I should just... I have samurai, right? I only have one job at 77, which is samurai. Boy, I know what I'm doing off stream. Guess we'll just continue on with samurai for now. Drat, my whole... It's backfired on me. I wanted to level up several jobs, but I've been stretched too thin. You're back? What? Wait, does that mean? Here, dude. Take it. I'll be damned, you actually found it. Well, here's the deal. But don't think this means you'll find what you're after. This is what I'm gonna do while I continue this. What would be... Let's get a normal raid in. That's super quick. Usually. And while I do that, I'll just progress through the storyline with Samurai. Standard Spectrum. Dirty job. Luckily for you, Gathun is a man of his word. To be honest, I wasn't sure you could pull it off. But you did, and I'm a man of my word. Come with me. While we're out here, I better check my Aether. Still pretty far away. Oh, you waited for the sun drops to wear off. They'll work wonders in the dark, but in the light of day, they'll only bring you pain. Well, I don't need to change jobs until I turn in the quests, so we'll stay white mage for now. In case I get a pop. Every time I step out of those mines, the sky seems to get brighter. I'd never leave them if the air weren't so stale. But you're not come to hear my grievances. You're after Leo 9. First, I have to ask. Ever heard of rockworms? Rockworms? I know them by another name, though I'm fairly certain the locals call them knockers. Aye, that they do. Whatever you call them, those little bastards may be the answer to your troubles. They can fit through cracks and crevices, down where we never hoped to reach. And on occasion, they come back with something valuable. They dig up leonine in the mines? It's a rare occurrence, but yes. That said, it usually amounts to no more than a few flakes. Well, our only other option sounds tantamount to suicide. So how can we draw out these rockworms? Over by that shack, you'll find a bag of smoke bombs. Set off a few in the mines, and you'll flush them out in no time. Once they're out in the open, knock them senseless and check their backs. I should warn you, this method of mining, even if you can call it that, is used as a last resort of what little like they bring back. You'll want to cover as much ground as you can if you hope to find anything of value. Assuming you do find something, bring it here and I'll have a look. We should split up if we're to cover more ground as he suggests. You can cover these 3 areas on your map. You'll see parts between them. Okay, we didn't have a cutscene interrupted. Smoke bombs are on top of those crates next to the shack over yonder. You can't miss them. It's kind of cool. Kind of like a priest's, like a Buddhist monk's cane almost, with the little tassels there. The ring. No rings on the ring though. And let's just switch to... Not my style. Okay, we only got the Ishgardian Steel Beam. Get rid of that. Alright, let's go back to White Mage. Hopefully fight a few things along the way and get some experience. Now, yeah, I've let my wondrous tales go. Might have to start doing that as a form of kind of leveling. Smoke bomb. Smoke bomb. The acid smoke from bombs such as these is said to drive knockers into a frenzy. Hey, I like me a good set of knockers. Pardon me. Good set of knockers, you know? Alright. The air of the mine goes thick with smoke. Nearby you hear the soft rumblings of stone. Trouble. There are kobolds. I was expecting actual, like, little worms, not kobolds. Let's get our objective. Oh my god, it's still... Okay, I got the objective, so... Alright, which Alexander raid? No, not this. I'm so sick of this fight due to tank mount farming. But hey, maybe more experience will be given doing an Omega fight than an Alexander. Yeah, they look up there. Yeah. Guide? No guide. I got frog. So I had a spell. I wanted to. Dragon should be coming out. Is a little bit obnoxious. Build up pillars. Let me turn off the FXs. Jesus. Well, somebody had to move. The frogs still count. No, they do not. I didn't get a level for it. I'm not taking those tokens. I don't have room for them. Like, high-level dungeons don't give enough experience, so I think that's going to be all my attempts to level White Mage seriously on stream. I'll have to do it off stream. Is there more rubble here? Usually it disappears. There we go. Think about it. Is my Omega Cane worse or where than item comparison? It's slightly better, but I can't meld it right now, so when I get back into a town I'll have meld on and then I'll use this instead. Wandering Knocker. Obviously the wrong way. It is above me. Slowly getting experience. I only need about 2 million, well, more like 1.5 million more experience points to go. Surely I can get that before I have to turn in this quest. If I get 2,000 experience per kill, and I need 1,500,000, how many enemies would that require me to kill to level up? $800? 2,000, so take away the 30 million would be 1,000. Yeah, about 8. Again, you guys come in waves of 2. Alright. The last one. Must do always come in waves too. And I must switch back to Samurai. I have found my fair share of rocks. Hopefully there's some Leonine among them. There you are. Find anything promising? Glittering rock, a chunk of rock taken from the hide of a knocker. Between the two of you, I'd say you've got quite the haul. Best get comfortable, friends. It's going to take time for me to shift through all this. He goes, "Ooh, Leon hide." He just runs off. Oh, sorry, I didn't find anything.
You may not remember this about our Minfillia.
Whoa, Thagra, you're going to talk about Minfillia?
But prior to founding the Path of the 12, long before the Scions, she was something of a minor.
I did know this, in fact. I like to point it out every time somebody says that Minfillia never did anything. It's like, no, she did stuff. She just wasn't combat savvy. Why do you all expect minors to be able to do stuff in combat? They can't.
After her father died, Flamine took her in and taught her the trade. I think they were both seeking to fill the void left by a loved one. Maybe that's why she took to it so readily. Back in those days, I spent most of my time in the Quicksand, or some other tavern, loosening tongues and gathering secrets. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of her in the street, on her way home after another hard day's work. I always felt a wave of relief when I saw she'd come back safe, along with a pang of guilt at the fact I wasn't there to support her as I should have been.
Still don't get why you hold yourself so responsible for it, Thancred.
Simply speaking with her more than once in a blue moon would have been a good start, but I could never bring myself to do it. Instead, I threw myself into my work and became every drunkard's best friend.
I can't imagine she thought too highly of you back then. Not your finest hour, to say the least. Yeah, let's not try to rub salt in wounds here. Give them more.
Far from it, and Flamine has never let me live it down. But that was a lifetime ago. Here and now, I have another chance to do things right, and I will not squander it again.
Hey! Come and see what I found! You're not going to believe this!
Nothing!
Tell me it's Leonine.
It is at that! You lot were born lucky!
Well, I would dispute it, but I did get to first place on Cacpot today.
It's mostly broken pieces. But look at this.
This is a rather fine specimen.
Yes.
It's been decades since we found anything approaching this big. But that's not all. There's an engraving on it.
What?
Ah, these scratches here. They're a little hard to make out. To my beloved Magnus and Schoolie.
Oh my god.
Yes! Do you see? It was a gift to Magnus from his wife.
Guess you everybody knows it. Type this and
She found it. She really found it. She must have spent her final hours carving this message into the stone, in the hope that he might see it one day. Those rock-backed bastards must have made off with it before we could clear a path to her. It's fate that brought you here to find this stone. No other explanation. It makes me wonder what else might still be buried in these parts.
Oh, we always take the gold. Always take the money. I had hoped we'd soon find Leonine, but to find that particular specimen is nothing short of a miracle. Yeah, it's almost like we're some part of some story. Everyone's writing these odd coincidences to happen. Okay. Gut John is still reeling from your miraculous find. I wouldn't believe it had I not seen it for myself. Before you take it, set it in the Talos, but you take it to Magnus. For 3 long years he believed she died for nothing. He must know the truth, that her sacrifice was not in vain. We'll take it straight to him. You have my word. Thank you, Guth John, for all your help. Right then, let's not keep everyone waiting. Poor Gigatender. He could barely keep his head up. Blue quest. Maybe I can use you to level. A vain pursuit. Hother is concerned about one of his fellow miners. Say, perhaps you can help me. As you no doubt noticed, most Twine's miners are Ronso. There's a Mistil lad, though. The only one of his kind in the whole town. His name is Kisat. Bit of a loner, always digging by himself in places where you'll be lucky to find a few lumps of coal, never mind gems and such. I often ask him why he doesn't mine in the same spots as the rest of us, but he never gives me a proper answer. I dare say he would be more inclined to speak with an outsider, though. If you could get the truth out of him, and see if there's anything the matter, it would put my mind at ease. Now this is one of those quests that have a banner on top, so it might actually be multiple quests. Traveler, eh? What do you want with me? Hey, what's up with you, buddy? Lucky to find a few lumps of coal. Is that what he said? Shows how much he knows. You, on the other hand, might be a better audience for my master plan. Have you ever heard of an alloy called Nabathium? It's strong, light, and resistant to heat and friction. It was one of the most valuable metals in the Nabath Arang, and a lot of their jewelry was made from the stuff. The trouble is, the techniques for mixing the alloy were lost to the flood. I've been looking for a way to make my own, and my search led me to a scroll that explains the methods right down to the last detail. After having a historian decipher it, I learned that I lacked one vital ingredient: Rutabite. And that is what I am digging for. Short of venturing into the empty, my next best option is to look for the vein here in Amarang. Of course, I'd stand much better chance of finding one if I had help. But I'd rather not have to rely on anyone from around here. Some of the Ronso miners take exception to the fact that I'm Mistel. They seem to think we are not built for this kind of work. When I find that Rudabite, they'll see how wrong they are. Why is this my problem? You know, this is the first time I've said more than about 2 words to anyone in a while, and I feel better for getting it off my chest. This might be a bit sudden, but I have an idea. How would you like to see the moment I finally unearth that vein of ore? Well, what I really mean is that I need someone there to act as a witness. Otherwise, the others might think I brought a lump of it from somewhere, ludicrously expensive as it is, and I'm pretending to have dug it up myself. Will you do me this favor? You will? Thank you. Luckily, I found the perfect spot for my next dig. If my miner's hunch is correct, the ore should be waiting just below the surface. And it's in New's leavings, so I'll wait for you there. I just came from there, buddy. Level 70. So, okay, I can do this at any time. Worm of the well. See, that's what I was kind of expecting when they said rock worms. I was expecting something like that. Freaking kobolds. No, not kobolds. Kobolins. Oh, trust me, sirs. I will do that fate. Don't you worry, but just not right now. You had problems with a mole here? What's a mole doing down here? Some patented word of light aiding. Phew, I'm glad that's over. How am I supposed to concentrate on my work with all these creatures disturbing me? You certainly know how to handle yourself, though. That fiend never stood a chance. But I dread to think what would have happened if you hadn't showed up. Hopefully, nothing else will try to get between me and my dream. Many thanks, my friend. And that's where I leave you. So, if you're going to do any side quests that don't reward you with Aether and special rewards, the ones that have these banners here tend to be the ones that have the most effort put into them. You'll get cutscenes and stuff and the like. Maybe one stream I'll go back and try to find the ones that have those banners and do them. I'm curious. I'm a little curious about the lore of the weapons. Dancing weapons once served the Nabath, but their former masters have long since departed. They are now free to do as they please. The enchanted swords choose to spend their days merrily frolicking in the desert and dismembering innocent passerbys, much to the annoyance of the people of Almaring. And remember, I'm pretty sure those weapons are the actual problem, and it just so happens that, like, those things follow the weapons around, even though it looks like they're controlling them. Yeah, it's just something I've noticed is that if they have a banner at top, they tend to have a little extra effort put into them. Get more like cutscenes and such. Gods, what do we say? What? Oh, it's you. You've come to complain about the trolley. Well, you'll find no sympathy from me. Told you before it won't run, and you won't listen. Oh, but it will, now that we have this. Your name is engraved on it, along with your son's. It was a gift from your wife, Agnes, from Agna. No, she couldn't have. Agna. Take it. Do with it what you will. Are you certain? It would delay our plans, but... I said take it. It was you who found it. You who needs it. Look at that stone. All I can see is... Please. Just leave me be. I hope you'll be there when the Talos stirs to life. I'm sure she would want you to see it. Would you do the honors of delivering this to Lilian J? Well, I'm gonna have to do some leveling. I've been purposely not doing roulettes because I didn't want to overlevel my characters. But I expected there to be more quests in level 76 range than what I got. Theft. You what? By the gods, I didn't think it possible. You found Leonine? Truly? Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the trolley moving. Finally, we can move on to Nabath Arang, assuming this works, of course. Sorry, I couldn't be more helps. Minfillias, you gotta stop with this. It's like you're hearing the fan base complain about how Minfillias was useless, and now you've got a complex because of it. By the sound of it, you have a knack for handling strange requests. On the bright side, Urian J taught me about the Talos and their hearts. I think I can help if need further repairs. Thou art returned with Leonine, it would seem. As promised, the Talos hath been made ready to receive its heart, thanks in no small part to Jerick, half in Minfillias. At last we shall return time to the timeless. This sentinel of stone that we may press on towards Nabath Arang. Leonite, a rare mineral used to power the Talos in the Hills of Amber. Very good. Now let us begin.
Preparations for the enchantment are complete. When the heart hath been suffused with a sufficient quantity of ether, the golem should be restored to life.
All right then. Whenever you're ready.
It's alive. Alive. Well, let's just hope it doesn't wake up angry.
It's working! It's working!
It's alive! Alive, I tell you. Still got the bottle in your hand.
Magnus!
You left me for this? This wretched heap of stone and rubble?
I was wondering, I was a little worried he was gonna react this way. He destroys it. It
This
crumbles.
worthless pile of earth? And yet, I can't. I can't.
Just that soft punch on the knee and the leg just falls apart. You bastard, Magnus. Oh, yeah. I thought she was running off to do something, but apparently it's just to sit.
What troubleth thee, child?
I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone.
Minfillia, seriously, cut this shit out. Why? I guess the reaction to Magnus, she saw Thancred in Magnus and how upset he is, and she's the golem. And she felt like Thancred probably resents her.
Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes. I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me, that he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
None of this is thy doing, child. 'Twas I who set the Oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my sin alone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day.
That's something. First, I didn't know what he's talking about. I was like, no, this is all Heidelin's fault. What are you talking about? Heidelin turned Minfilia into the voice. But then I'm like, oh yeah, he did, like, orchestrate the whole meeting of the voice and the Warriors of Darkness. But who would have known that this was the outcome of that? She agreed to help? Their world was dying? This is all Heidelin's fault.
I dare not dwell over long on my many regrets. For the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice.
This Zodiac guy sounds better and better, you know, when you think about it. Heidelin, she's the one who told Minfilia to throw herself into basically dying to become the voice. I don't think Zodiac saves people. I don't see any Ascians dying for Zodiac's behalf. We're the only ones who are killing them. They're not sacrificing themselves.
And thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss. The one for whom thou mournest beareth no grudge. Were she here, she would not suffer thee to languish in sorrow. She would tell thee to seek thine own path, thine own purpose.
Spot on, Udianje. That's exactly what she told Thancred.
It is a truth which I myself was slow to learn. Yet a truth it remaineth. Thou needst but have faith, and all will be well.
Go to her. Have you no words for her?
Not today.
Ah, Thancred. Thancred. The Crystarium. Look at you spying on us like some sort of Ascian. Speaking of Ascians. About time you two talked.
To what do I owe the pleasure that is your extended stay?
Oh, to the tediousness of our hero's present endeavors. That and the insufferable abundance of light in Armorang. I should be glad to keep my distance. Oh, I'm rather fond of sleep, you know. It's a wonderful way to pass the time. Not that my compeers would agree, mind you. Always on the move, the lot of them. Like La Hebrea, constantly jumping from vessel to vessel. Such fire, such determination. So much passion, fleeting and forgotten.
Well, what can you say? Thoradin was not to be trifled with. He ate him.
Come to think of it, Exarch, I don't believe I've ever seen you retire to your chambers for so much as 40 winks. However do you keep your eyes from closing? the cold shoulder. You wound me, sir.
You wound me, sir. I like that delivery. That was a good delivery.
Always so guarded in our every interaction. Interactions you curiously refrain from sharing with the Scions and their champion.
Oh, so you guys have you guys known each other longer?
And risk souring your budding relationship? I think not. Much as I dislike you, there are more useful targets for his energies. And I'm not in the habit of pointing him at my enemies like a weapon.
Enemies.
Is that right? Fond of him, are you? You continue to fascinate me, Exarch. But tell me, who are you?
I'm the Crystal Exarch. What are you talking about?
The once great nation whose ingenuity gave birth to this tower was shaped by my hand. As such, I know full well the wonders it can facilitate and those it cannot. There is nothing in these walls which could have aided you in summoning our dear friend across time and space. Much less in possession of his mortal flesh, not even I could have performed such a feat.
I see. You had a hand in Alag as well. You would know what I am? I am the adjudicator of the sacred history with which you dared trifle.
Don't quite catch the meaning of that, but go on.
I am keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom. The wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere. The great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift.
So you're Grahatia. That's who you are, right?
'Tis a boon born of the sacrifice of brave heroes who gave their lives for a brighter future.
He woke up and he has amnesia. And he's been so, and that crystal stuff is growing on him, kind of consuming him. So he just maybe just remembers his purpose of being the tower's caretaker.
I will not see their hopes and dreams squandered. The history which led us here will be unwritten. I promise you that.
So he's future Grahatia. And he's going to change whatever caused him to become like this. And God, this is weird timey-wimey stuff I don't know. The future will be unwritten.
Well, it seems we're both eager to fulfill our duties then.
On that much, we are in agreement.
Red. I'm fine, really. It's just been a long day. Okay, my 177 glass. My apologies for the delay. Minfillia and I had a private matter to discuss, which bringeth me to the question, how didst thou find Thancred during your search? spoke of Minfillia, of his own accord. See, 'tis well that he did, and with such candor. I'd attempted to broach the subject before. Mine intention was to ensure no words remained unspoken between them, lest tragedy intercede, a regret I myself know all too well. It's talking about Moonbreeder. Alas, in the end he refused to heed my counsel. A time will come when they must face the reality of their circumstances, but I have faith that all will be well in time. Now, let us not tarry any longer. The Talos and the Nabeth Arang await. And that's where we're going to leave it. Off stream, I am going to do a lot of leveling on some of my classes, at least getting them up to 77, so I can freaking accept some quests here. Yeah. I hope to see you all on Wednesday. Make sure to like, subscribe, leave a comment. If you see this later in the VOD and you feel like commenting on anything we discussed today, please do so. If you want to support me directly, of course, consider becoming a channel member, leaving a super thanks or a super chat. All would be appreciated. If you want to support me on Twitch, you can follow me there. And I guess until next time, Wednesday, same Shadowbringers time, same Shadowbringers channel, I will see you in the world of tomorrow.